Okay, this is where we left off. Our train isn't rotating correctly. Oops, come back. And some crazy stuff. So, here for a second, let's exit. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're trying to fix the rotation here. Hey Al, we don't, I don't think we need you yet. All right, this map is giving me issues. It's like tanking the FPS every few seconds. I don't know. All right, no, simulate it. This is where we're at. It is rotating it from the front, which is a problem. Oops. Where am I trying to go? I don't have it open right now. All right. So right now, it's taking the train, which is in the front, and it's rotating it from there. We basically need to rotate it kind of more from the center or even from the back because we need to know we need to tell the back where it needs to be rotating. Right? So I guess we need to know how long the train is. $16.50. So we need to get that location too. So we can take the distance the front is at and subtract it by 1650. That will give us the end of the carriage. And then do a look at. So have the back look to the front. And then instead of using this one, we'll rotate it from here. Yeah, we're getting the back of the train, and we're finding the location of the front of the train, and we're trying to get a rotation of that. Let's see what that does. Okay. Not ideal, but that's not terrible. We can just subtract, what is that, 90 degrees basically. Let's try that. Okay, that's better. All right. That's much better. So let's see what that looks like when we're actually on the train. It created this thing to use for the simulation. So let's get back on this thing. Shouldn't be as bad here. Yeah, that's much better. Alright, jumping goes crazy. Don't get distracted. I'm getting distracted. Okay. We gotta look at this. Can you just walk across? Okay. This is pretty cool. Well, I mean, that's still better. I can mitigate that by just making the curve a little less curvy. Coming up on a curve again. I thought that was going to take much longer. I thought it was going to take longer to fix, so now I got to figure out what we're going to do next. You know, well, in this, I don't really want to be able to jump. Also, jumping creates issues where the train is moving along, and if I jump, so let's go ahead and stop the ability to jump. Who needs to be able to jump in a train? Not Sandbox CMC. Not I. Is it that easy? Might be. Let's see here. Can we still traverse? So we can still traverse, we just don't jump. That's good, because we'll want to traverse over, like, chairs and tables and stuff inside the train. That'll be interesting to see what that does. I don't even know. If you can traverse things when they're moving like this. I think I've had issues with that before. So it might not even be... And also we gotta fix his legs. That to do with how close I am to the ground. Like, what if this was higher up? This might just snap it back down to the ground. Oh, he's still doing it. See how did it snap it back to the ground? Yes, it did. I think that's because the spline didn't get moved up. Sorry, I'm not trying to make you sick. Oh, seriously? I need to change my start. Okay, I can't jump anymore. Oh no. I won't be able to get on this. If I made it traversable. Alright, a second here. Well, we'll let him jump for now. Just to test this. Or I could just... How about this? I'll just make the start thing on the train. How about that? So we call it a big brain move. Okay. Boom. There we go. Okay. That's still... I think it has to do with... That's the timeline, because it doesn't immediately start at full speed. So that's... No? It's not on the ground. Let's see if it has to do with the IK. I don't want to disable the IK, obviously, but I want to see if it's the perpetrator. Where's the IK starting? Start. I think it's here because this has foot placement settings. Foot placement node will lock the feet in place. Well, I guess we could just bypass this one first and see what happens. Is that the culprit? Can't see. Go. might have been the culprit. The foot locking. The foot locker. So what will that do to us if we get rid of that? Well, what other issues will that create? Looks like maybe floating like this. He's slightly floating. That's interesting. He's rotating. That's interesting. So, let's see if it really did this, if that is the thing that fixed it. You fix one problem and then another one is created. I wonder if I could tell it to lock with this. That's interesting. Well, maybe that's why he was jittery, because it was trying to... He was trying to rotate, but the lock was doing its thing. So it's definitely... Is he floating still? No. No, he's still rotating. If you guys have any ideas, let me know. So this is foot will lock the feet in place when the speed and height of the foot is low in the source animation. The node will also align the feet to the ground by doing physics trace for each foot. So what happens if I just bypass this? What does that do? I don't know what's worse, floating or getting sucked into the train. I think this is worse. This is more obvious. I don't know, is it? Yeah. And I think he's still a little jittery. What I could do here... Oops. I could try just bringing the mesh down. If I skip this... Skip this. And just bring this guy down to 90. Then what? And then what happens? It could also be the... This rotating. Hey, what's up, monsters? Good morning, how you doing? We're working with some train stuff. That's okay. I think this is got rid of the jitter. No. So we need a plank in between them, maybe. All right. So now what do we need to work on? Um, I guess maybe spawning scenery around it. Hmm. Well, maybe we can add to see if traversal things inside this will work. So let's add, I don't know. Let's add some sockets to here where we can like add table sockets or something. Well, monster may have left already. Hello, welcome. Good morning, good evening. All right, let's add a socket. It's like a traversal object. What? Let's just put this somewhere in between. Not sure if sockets are really necessary for this. Um, so let's add static mesh. Freaking train. Yes. And then what are these called? Just a level block traversable. Oh, I might have to just add a blueprint child to this. Need level block traversable. And then so this was like a table or something, or a chair. Let's have like be like a table that's attached to the. And let's see what happens here. First off, can we just traverse it? Hmm. Curious. Hold up. What's going on here? Oh, is that why? All right. Okay. Well, here I thought I was like, oh, it's cool. It's scaling from exactly where I need it to, and apparently it was not. All right. Or was it? What is it? What the heck? Okay. Hmm. Let's just try making this bigger. What's happening? Let's try this. Shouldn't matter where. Okay, what's? Why isn't this working? This is what I was saying. Maybe it doesn't work when it's like not on the ground or it's been moved. Because, or maybe I'm doing something wrong here. Okay, yeah, so, might not be able to use these inside the train if it's off the ground. Let's ask the AI assistant, unless someone in here knows. Unless one of you want to chime in. Let's see what Al thinks. Okay. Can you explain to me why the logic breaks when I put on? Need more headroom? Ah, okay. Yes, let's try that. Thank you. It's always something, isn't it? Something simple. Let's just try that. Let's test your theory. Okay. All right, so, thank you. All right. So what if, well, we don't want it that big. Does it still work on this one? Yes, okay. All right. Mission Impossible style. There. See who needs Al. We don't need AI. We have, ele- we have on, I'm not going to butcher your name. We have you. Okay. All right. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you. So we want to edit this. And see, the table wouldn't be that big anyways. Well, I don't know. Maybe it would be about this. See, we're going to have to figure out to create a montage that doesn't stick the head into the ceiling. Which is progress. I can also force it to be the montage that just clears it. It's also doing something with the camera that I don't like. See, that was good. See, we want it like that. Okay. Oh, you know, it's going high because it's not colliding with the roof anymore. That's why it's doing that. Well, first off, let's see if it works when the train moves. Train is moving. What happens now? Yeah, it still creates issues. All right. Yeah, that like broke everything. That's crazy. All right. So we might have to come up with our own logic here. Yeah. I don't think these blocks are really going to be... What is that? Why is this getting dragged along? Okay, that's because I'm using a child. Any ideas? Do you think I should I try to get this to work, or should I just create our own logic, our own blocks to travel over? I have a feeling this is going to be a bigger headache than it's worth. Is that gonna? I thought that just was gonna crash us. Hmm. So instead of that, what if we try to? What if we try to? Let's get this to line up a little bit better. Maybe put some kind of connector. I don't know, let's try to put something in there that we can sit on, maybe. Some chairs. I don't know, that might be... chair socket. I don't have any sit down animations. Well, here, let's just add a bunch of extra carriages real quick. I think I'm going to try to add maybe chairs I can sit down on, but I'm also thinking about maybe adding light flickers. Mm. And I can also make it so some of these lights aren't on by default. Yeah, we added three. Three. Okay. And oh, we're good. Right, because I copied them. It's all copied. See if this breaks down. See if there's any type of falling action, things get messed up. What's going on here? Can I? Did I use the wrong? What happened? I never did that on the. I never made that exitable. Okay. Just wanted to do this. But alas, I did not. We're going to need to fix that by putting a walk path. take a look at it from the overview. Chugga 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 chugga. Yeah, pretty cool. We don't need to watch the whole thing. And again, if you missed it, we were watching. I can't think of his name right now. YouTube. We're watching Siridias's YouTube videos earlier, and we just added this little fix to the rotation here. So if you follow along his videos and you want to know how I went about fixing that rotation along the spline, I got the distance of the train car, and then we did a fine look at rotation. All right, so okay, now we want to, let's do flickering lights. That's something I know how to do. So first we want to say, does this carriage have flickering lights? Um, I'd rather not do it on an event tick, but you can. Oh yeah, we could do it by if we get close enough. We could do it by like a collision. Let's do that. Box collision. Go light, flicker, trigger. Let's put it. Where is it? Let's try to drag that into the map. I could make it the whole. You know, I'd rather not make the whole length of the carriage because I feel like that will create issues when we're trying to like trigger other events. So for now, we'll just do this. known. Begin. And it's okay to cast because this is our player character. Our player character is already in the map. Okay. So, if that's true, 1 second here. Do event, maybe? Oh, random float range. Oh, here we want to check if we flicker. If we can flicker, then we will do this. So between 1 and we could also create floats for these. Or I mean variables. For now, I just want to test it. We're gonna loop it. And make sure we don't. That's the construction. That's not gonna be a problem. Okay. That intensity. Can you do can you interpolate floats? You can. Let's try this and see what this does. Is that the right one? Delta time? Maybe get world delta seconds. I think that might be the better one. Look at half a second. And yeah, let's just see if this works. So let's not start right inside of it. Could be doing this wrong. Well, it's got to flicker back also. Hmm. So this is creating an issue where it's a random float, and then this interrupt speed, and if I put a delay here, just make it a set time for now. 2 seconds. So it's not going fast enough. The interrupt speed's not the time it takes to filter through the interpolation. Let's go crazy. Let's put 100 in there. There you go. So that's a little too rigid. So because of this delay is a second, we must loop it. It needs to at least be longer than this and this. So let's go to 5. And then this could also be a range. 70 to 100. Let's see what that looks like. This could also make that change too. What if I did make it? What happens? I'm afraid if I make it, if I make this too short, that it could break things if this starts before this is ended. a lot like that. Yeah, it's this that's is too uniform. Yeah. Okay. I think that's kind of good. That looks like something you might see in a game. Okay. Now what do we do with this mess of floats and range? Should we make them variables and then make them instance editable? That's like 6 variables. I don't know if I want to do that. Um, but you could, maybe this one might be best. You can make this like float or flicker delay. Min, oops, variable, flicker delay, max. Could also make it a slider. So like, um, anyways. So now we want to make it so these randomly do that. So how do we could switch on index maybe. Switch on index. That's not what we want to do. No, switch on integer. There, not index. We usually use an index for an integer. So what we could do is we could change this to a function. Let's see if we could do that. Um, no, we can't because of this delay. I hate delays. Could turn it into a macro, but it's just like, why? Um, I really don't want to copy and paste this 3 times. For whatever reason, you can't put delays inside functions. Cannot put delay in a function. All right. If you guys could explain to me why, I'm sure there's a great reason. All right. So we could collapse it to a macro. Should we just do that? Well, for now, let's just copy and paste it 3 times for now, and then see if it works. Um, and let's make it make sense. Do random integer in range 0 to 2. And then what I could do is I could put this in a function that selects a light, that outputs a light, so that I could, maybe let's do that. Collapse the function, light, uh, choose light to flicker. Yeah, just wait. Okay. And then we'll have an output. Return. Theoretically, this should work. Uh, light to flicker. No, we don't need that. Light to flicker. Why is it still saying it from outside? Okay. So you will move. Just calm down. Does this work? I'm skeptical. Ah, that's pretty sweet. Alright. So we got flickering lights. Could actually add like starter content. No. If I could jump, I could get back on, but I can't. Alright, that's fine. So let's see if other ones work. If I move these closer, I would be able to get into the carriage easier, but then when it rotates, the trains would start entering the other train. Let me see if I can just add a little block there. So for now, we'll just add a small static mesh that we can place here that we can walk over. Carriage connect. Is that how you spell carriage? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Um, just put a bench. Put a bench for the connector. We'll use the editor cube. Did I create? Oh, maybe this. Should be the size. Well, actually, you know, we're gonna change the size anyways. This would be better to do it on this one first because we can actually see the size of this thing. You know, we're not. We won't because. Second. Let's make it the distance of this. Yeah. If you hold down shift and right click, it will copy, and if you hold down shift and left click, it will paste. So let's see, does that help us at all? Okay, yeah. It looks not great, but it helps us walk across. Alright. So let's make some of these flicker. 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 Oh, you know, we can also change 008. See what that looks like. And then 0.2. Okay. So on train car 4, it'll be a little bit different. If it works at all. So that, I made it so it's random. You could make it less random. You don't have to use the method I used. You could just, rather than do a random integer, you just flicker them all. Maybe you just flicker one of them. So, okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break, get a drink of water. This is the pattern. All right. Now let's take a look. We have a bench in this project, so maybe we can add some benches. We got a smart bench. What is the smart bench logic? I've actually not used smart objects, so this might take a second to learn. Like, what is it even looking for? Let's go to that level. How do you change any definition? So what's going on here? Is there any logic here? No. So hold up. See what this is doing here. Okay, so they're using logic to sit down. There's just a state tree. It's not. Use smart object. Task. Use smart object. If it's Well, where's the montage? When did the montage play? Hmm. It's not a claim spot. The claim slot. Here, let's go about this another way. Let's see if we can find the montage. Oh, here we are. Okay. So it's bench. Oh no, we're going to reference the chooser. Where's the chooser being called? Chooser is being called. Um, Right, but where in the state tree? Okay, what is... Anyone I have ideas of where the chooser is being called here? Because I'm just trying to figure out. I don't know why I'm looking into this actually, because we're not going to use it. Well, anyways, we can look at this later. Yeah, they have a. They talked about it a little bit when they released this. Oh, all right. We'll figure it out. I'm delaying because I don't really know exactly how to um, play the montage and get him to sit in the correct location, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. And we don't need to use a smart bench either. You can just use the bench. All right. This is more for though, like when we're using the chooser, we would know what direction he's coming from. So that's why I should learn how to do this. I guess I have some time. I don't really want to waste anyone's time here trying to figure that out, but maybe if I figure it out, that would help you. I don't know. All right. I know benches don't belong on trains, but I don't have a real uh, thing to sit on yet. This is all just placeholder stuff. Actually, it should be like this, right? And then we go, no, this is way too big. You know, this shouldn't really, well, I guess it could be. I feel like maybe I should just make this a child because there's going to be too much logic going on here. Mm. Well, let's just move ahead. Let's just keep going. We're going to want to do... So I think I'm going to want to put an interface on this that allows me to check from here if I can sit down. So let's create an interaction button. And interact. There's an interact already. All right. Is it being used? I don't think so. I don't think they've implemented interactions yet in this. So interact on interact. Yeah, I'm gonna want to leave this level first off. I'm going to want this to be its own blueprint. So I just delete it. All right. So train blueprints. New blueprint class. Actor BP bench or train seat. Hello, welcome everyone. I hope you like trains. So we could list our favorite train movies, starting with Under Siege 2, and then going on to Source Code. And then we could do train TV shows, which right now currently is Hijack. It takes place on the train. All right. There's also Plane, Trains, and Automobiles. That's not a TV show. Anyways. All right. Static mesh. Bench. Seat. I don't want this to be super long. So I really don't care for the... Why is that not working? I don't like the pivot on this one, but it's okay. All right. Bench socket's not in the correct place, but it's fine. Yeah, you want to be able to see, sit down and look out. Hmm. Not sure why, because this doesn't have a socket for that. Just copy this socket. Train carriage. Boom. All right, perfect. It's nice when things just work. Okay. So we want to put an interface on this that allows us to talk to our sandbox character mover component character. So what interfaces is this guy already using? Because we can probably just use that. Right? We don't need to create a brand new interface, do we? I mean, I guess, I just hate creating a whole bunch of different interfaces. I could create an interaction interface. That's not that crazy. Blueprint interface, BPI. Well, it's not just for trains. Whatever. Interact. Well, the whole game takes place on a train, so I guess it will be. All right. BPI interactions. So we want to first off add that to this. No, not this. To our seat. BPI. Sure. You know, this might not need that actually. I think it might just be this. BPI interaction. So if you're not sure why you do blueprint interfaces, it's because just to avoid casting. So you can just, since I now have this on my player character, I can, from the train seat, I don't have to cast, I can just like call this and you can be like get player character and then just do that. And if the character has this interface, it'll just work. It's not really necessary for what this is because the sandbox character is always going to be in the level. So if he's interacting with the bench, his data is already loaded, so it's not vital that I create it, but I know they use blueprint interfaces, so I try to use them too. All right. So what we want to do is when we interact, we want to check for the bench. Okay, that's why we put this on the bench too, is because we want to see that the bench um, has this interface on it. So we will add that. Okay. So now we gotta figure out, so on triggered, we want to do a line trace. Trace by channel. And the problem with this is I'm not sure the bench is tall enough for me to hit. So we might have to Well, anyways, get player or self, get self. We'll just get actor location. Get actor location. And we can do that for the start. Let's do a sphere trace by channel. Here. Because that will give us a little bit bigger radius to maybe hit that bench. Not 0.025, that's ridiculous. Right. Oh, and then what's the block all? Okay. So you can use visibility. I was just checking to see if it blocks visibility, because that's the trace channel it's using. All right, go there. And then we want to add. And we're going to add the forward vector of the character to see if the character is facing the bench. So get forward vector. Wish that wouldn't. Get actor forward vector. Get actor forward. Okay. So first off, we want to multiply this by a value. In this case, not too far. Like we want to stand, maybe 200 units or something. So search for anything 200 units or fewer, or 200 or less, or whatever. And so this will take our, no, sorry. This is float. So this will take our actor location and then, search 200 units in front of it. Okay. If you're wondering how I'm doing this snapping thing, is like if it's down here, you can click on this and then hit shift to select that and then hit Q and it'll just snap. All right, and then I want to see, just for now, I just want to do it for duration to see if it's going to hit it. And out hit, we'll break it. Well, here, is there anything happening? And if it hits something, then we will break. Actually, I might be able to just get actor. Hit actor. No. Break. Hit actor. And then we'll check if it implements interface. Implement. Interactions. So if it does, then we will do some logic. But for now, we'll just see if it's working. We'll just say hello. Hello, bench. All right. Okay. Oh, that's crazy. Just see the trace go bye-bye. But it is working. I think the bench is too low. I think I made it too small. See, that's the... So So if it does that, we want to attach actor to actor. Keep world. See what this does. Does the bench have sockets? No. It's also you just like turn off collisions when you sit down on it. I'm going to duplicate this and call it train bench because I don't want to mess with whatever they have going on here. But I'm going to change this. Okay. What is? Well, let me remove this. That's interesting. So it's like, did they program this with C++ to already have collision on it? No. No. Hmm. Gosh dang it. I don't know what's going on here, but I just deleted whatever they had going on here. So let's delete this. Apparently this is, I should have just checked here. I don't know what's going on exactly with this. But they got it taken care of. All right. But I want to add sockets to it, so I am going to duplicate it again. Train bench. Because I want to add sockets to where it wants to sit down. Thing is when I shrink this, this is going to get weird. Not just two, see two. Um, yeah, what if I seat two? What happens then if I do this? And then if I hit, okay, then we will want to, all right, then, okay, so this is a good reason why we actually did use a interface, because now I'm just checking for the interface. I don't have to cast to the bench, and then I don't have to load the bench if I'm not interacting with it. So that's a reason why we would do this. So this will only, you know, load the bench at this point, basically. Um, Whatever. Let's just see what's happening. so that's what I was worried would happen. First off, I'm not sure why it sent me across the map. Because that's not the location. So let's snap the target. Okay. No, see, even that's not right. I'm also not snapped to the target. So when you get these moving objects, it creates issues. I thought maybe just snapping to it would work. Here, first off. If this happens, we want to create a variable sitting. Set that to true. And then we do it again. It's true, and we're and boolean. And we're not sitting. Basically not, just a not boolean. String. I don't think it is true, Epic. I don't think it is. But we're sitting. Alright, so let's ask Al what's going on. Window. Al. It's basically what we figured out, isn't it? Alright. I have a static mesh moving along a spline at a constant rate of speed. I have attached a child blueprint to that BP that is a bench, and when I try to attach my actor or to the bench with the attach actor to actor node, the player flies out of the object. I'm not even sure, but I'm asking it. What is happening? So, anyone else have any ideas? All right. Okay, I'm using snap to target. Okay, maybe it's my. I could try turning off collision. Okay, I now need to turn off the character mover component. All right, let's try a couple of those. So, that's true. Let's just try this. No. No. There. All right. No, I'm missing something. Components. There. How'd that get turned off? All right. So let's try this. Set active. Let's see what happens here. Let's just see what happens when it's not moving. Oh, no. That is weird. Oh, you know what? It's because I never turned off this start train. So we were testing the simulation to see if they were rotating correctly. So now. Okay. Thank you, Al. Al was very helpful right there. But what happens if I were to hit E again and unsnap? So you detach actor from actor? Detach from actor. Mm. See, this is when it's like gets complicated because um, this is I'm not going to only be interacting with benches. I'll be interacting with a bunch of other stuff, so I don't want to have code specific to bench right here. Um, so what I want to do is see here. Hit actor. Just 1 second here. I do interfaces. I want to go through like an array of interfaces and then like, so hold on. Well, no, I mean BP interactions will be very catch all. So that's okay. That's okay. We can just check if it implements interface, and if it does, then we will implement its interaction. So hold on a second here. So what we will do is, if it's true, then we will get this, and we will do an interact. Interact. So act. So if we intersect with the actor that has this interface, we will call this on the actor. So on the right, and then this is going to, yeah, this will tell me to interact with the bench. Character. So he chose the wrong one. Oh, come on. Oh, inner. No, this should be fine. What's going on here? Weird. All right. So now let's make sure this is working. Hello, bench. And that's not being called here anymore, so that was that. All right, so now we do this. We check. If we are not sitting, that is true. Okay. And then, all right, so this is not going to work because we need to have the actor that we're attaching to. So this interaction needs an output of an actor type. And it will be the, you know, actor interacting actor. Maybe something like that. Or maybe that's not even, maybe I think I did the wrong one. I think it needs to be the bench. Please don't stay there. Thank you. Bench. Target bench. Okay. Um, Maybe this is incorrect. 1 second. Good. Bench. Okay, that's fine. Okay. And we get a self reference. And then we will call interactive bench. Boo. Okay. Shouldn't be inside here since it doesn't have an output, but whatever. Parent. Okay. So let's try that. Okay. So now we just need to do a montage where he sits down. Uh, oh, yeah. I also wanted to see if I hit E again. This is where it gets like annoying. Because if I check if I'm sitting here, what other things am I going to check for? Like, am I talking to someone? No, whatever. For now, we'll just do it. Branch. So if we are not sitting, sorry, I'm like OCD about this. All right. So if we are not sitting, we do code. If we are sitting, I could also make getting up a different button other than interact, but I could make it jump, the jump button, spacebar. That's a thought. Well, for now, we're just going to see if it works. So if we're not sitting, that's true. If we are suiting, detach from actor. And then activate our character movement component. Set active. I have a feeling that I'm going to fly once this happens. Okay. So keep relative, keep world. And we know this is working, so we can remove this now. What we could do is here is do a select. And select on bool. And we can create a debugging. Do we already have a debug? No. Could do a variable debug. Get. So if debug is false, we do nothing. If it's true, we will do duration. Just make sure this is working. Right. Set it to true. And we're doing that. Okay. Cool. All right. So let's see what happens now. So is there a get up from bench montage? Bench out to let's see what this looks like. Okay. I like this one. So where we actually have this sit, just like stand to bench. Is that what this is? Bro. We have one that doesn't start from a mile away. Oh, this is not looking good. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. Seriously, they don't have one where it's like just right there? Okay. That's fine. What's this? Okay. What's the one that's like most straightforward? Isn't there one that he was like walking right towards it? Of course. How is there not one where he's just like straight walking towards the bench? Listen, I don't. Oh, there we go. Okay, I knew. I was like, what the? First off, I want to like. This is amazing that they even have this project. It's awesome. So I don't want to like complain. All right. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this and I'm going to cut it down to where he's not walking from a mile away. So where is the what's this one called? I can't find the right. There it is. Okay. Okay. So this is the sequence. And we will duplicate this. Because we don't need it to start from that far away. So what should we call it? R foot close. And maybe like that. Okay. So we are on frame 62. I think that just totally messed up the route. That didn't. Okay. That's just a visual glitch. Okay. And then the idle. Okay, so let's see what happens when we just play this. Play montage. Oh, I didn't make a montage out of that. Um, I click, create, and a montage. And then, do they have like anything special on their montages? They do. They have like motion warping. Low search block transition. Transition. Is this idle? No. So this is the so let's see here. Oops. No, not trying to move that. Trying to move time thing. What's going on? Yeah. Right. And then search. How it was? Close search block transition. Yes. Just like comes almost immediately. Oh, this is literally the one I'm working on. No. All right. There. Close search block bin transition. This starts like as he's stepping towards it, and it goes for the rest of the thing. Transition. Not sure exactly what that is. Can we copy that? This is a notify. Let's see here. Shift right click to copy. Shift left click to paste. Not working. So can't copy all the config. We have to do it a little bit at a time. Go. The thing is, it's not a smart object that we're working with. I don't know if you saw it yet. Warp target, smart object. We're not warping to a smart, so I'm not sure what's going to happen when I do that. I guess I could replace it with a smart object. I really wish you could have two montages open at once so you could just click back and forth. Um, it looks like it did copy that all over though. Smooth 300, angle 135. Like if that's the same, I'm gonna trust that it's the same. Yeah. Okay. Let's just try it, see what happens. Thing is, it doesn't know because it's not a smart object. It's not gonna really know where to sit. And he also snapped. So what if I don't use all that motion warping stuff? I'm gonna duplicate this. Duplicate, close. No warp. Just curious to see what this will do. Still hopping. Oh, you know, that's because of the snap. I hate life sometimes. Alright. Because he's snapping, that's why he's snapping. Well, you know, I did all that before I... Maybe I don't need to snap anymore since we turned off the character movement. Bro, why didn't you turn around? That was the whole... Does he turn around in the montage? Did I get rid of that part? Yeah. Maybe that's where the motion warping comes in. Alright, let's see what that looks like when we actually warp it. Oh, I am using the warp. Okay. Never actually changed it. Well, you know, it's progress. Okay. Let's see what happens when the train is moving. Or not. Okay. Okay. I pressed E to detach him. That's why he fell out through the hole of the train. All right. Let's play montage. What's it called? Bench to stand. I like the walk kind of, but that might be tough. We'll see. Let's try that one first. So, well, okay. Oh, I never turned off sitting. See, this is why I don't want all this coming off of this. It started to become too big. Um, maybe I should do a different play montage. Play montage. Gonna play a montage. Montage. Come on, where's... I feel like they're messing with me right now. Can you not play that? Oh, because there's delays and stuff, I think is why. You can't play that in a in a function, I'm guessing. Yeah. Can't do that because we hate you. All right. See, I wanted to use a notify begin to tell it that now that it's done, uh, now I can detach it. Because I was thinking I don't want to detach it until he's actually off. And I can't delay inside a function. So maybe I do just need this out of the thing. They have the reasons why they do things. I'm sure there's a great reason why you can't place that node into a function. You know, should stop all montages. Sure. So could do uncompleted or interrupted. That works just fine. It's fine, just fine. It'd be so awesome if he turned around like he's supposed to. All right. So can we get up? What happened there? I think I hit active. think that had anything to do with it, but we'll see. That's kind of what we're looking for. So a couple things we're going to need to... Wait, why did you just get up? Oh, because the montage ended. I'm not sure why that happened. Something to do with my collision on my camera, I think. Was it doing that before? It could be because of the I'm waiting for completion. No. All right. That's not right at all. That will put me back at 0. I'm almost positive. Yeah. All right. I'm going to take a break real quick and then come back to try to figure this out. Be right back. All right. What about you, Chad? You have any ideas? What's going on? All right. Try setting character movement active as soon as we play this montage. What happens then? Okay. So what if we hmm, like what if we attach them to something else in the train? But I feel like that's gonna just create issues. Ask Al again. And my cat has just taken my space. It's okay. Hello. I didn't need to put my keyboard there anyways. All right. Mm, what does Al have to say? Set base. I never changed that from walking. Okay, interesting. I've never heard of this set base before. Okay, interesting. Did you did you guys know about set base? I've been. Oh, of course, it's not like an actual thing. Like what? Liar, Al. Maybe set base is just a thing. Set base. Based. See here. Okay. Set velocity to 0, but I think that's the problem. Maybe the fact that I'm deactivating the movement and then reactivating it is the issue. I don't think we need C++ to do this, honestly. I don't think that is... I'm also skeptical that set base even exists, since he said, oh, yeah, just use set base, and then I'm like, it's not there, and he's like, oh, well, it's C++. Is it? Is it there? All right. So instead of disabling character movement, let's set character movement mode to none. Let's see if that still works. Because I have a feeling it's not. I think it has to do with the capsule. Okay. Oh, because I hit the detach thing. Anyways. So, that. I'm afraid to hit E because I just know. Whoa. All right. Thank you, Al. Who needs C++? Maybe we probably still do. Watch. No? Okay. I'm just going to keep testing it because I'm skeptical. That is sweet. Huh. The forward vector is checking my camera, not my mesh. I'm pretty positive. Well, that's sweet. Thank you, Al. All right. Pretty sure. Yeah, it's not. So, I guess it depends, like, what do you guys think? Should I be checking where my guy's looking, or should I be checking where my camera's looking? I like it to be the mesh. Um, always. First off, I should look at where the arrow is pointing. Match to root 90. Good. Sure, this is gonna work. All right. Oh, because that's where yeah, it's on the ground. All right. Why can't I just do it? Pretty sure you don't need the arrow. There's a way to do this without that. For now, we'll keep the arrow. We can just doesn't matter. Now we need to get him to actually sit at the right spot. That's too high. Uh, cannot edit this now because it's a well. It's all right. Custom event. Play bench idle montage. Are we sitting? If we're sitting, put a float. We're gonna have it be the time of the duration of the sit down montage. And then we will delay for that duration. We can subtract a little bit. Subtract. Because if it waits to the full duration, he might stand up. So we can make a few frames or something. And then play montage. Bench idle. I don't think you can loop montages though. That's the thing. I guess you can, maybe you can. So why do they call this loop if it's not looping? Okay, so what happens then? Sit. What did I call it? Play bench idle mode. Play bench idle montage. Okay. Yeah, so I gave that an input, so I can just feed that right from here. Ooh, he shouldn't have gotten up. Um, oh, I always forget to do that. I always forget to put the mesh into the skeletal mesh component. All right. Cool. That works. Check the window. I can also um, put this montage on a different slot. Because right now, when I'm sitting down, he doesn't move his head. If you noticed. Let's see here. Do I want to do that right now, or do I want to fix where he's sitting first? I'm like delaying doing that because I'm not 100% sure how to do that. But we'll figure it out. I might do that tomorrow. If I can get this working. Excuse me, sorry. Um, so yeah, it's right now it's a default slot group. I could add another slot. Where's the slot manager? Right here. So there is an upper body slot already. It's not being used, I don't think. Yeah. Well, I'm a little rusty on this too. Let's see here. Change this slot to upper body. Not sure why the name is different. can just name it, change the group name. So what we want to do is we want to cache this default slot cache, and then send that cache. We want to layer blend per bone. Send the default into this too, because that will take all of this code before this. Um, want to branch filter, layer setup. We add a branch filter, and we can go to the skeleton. So I don't know. We could move him from up here, so we can kind of turn his whole body, or we could go from his neck. Let's start with this. Copy bone names. It has to be the exact spelling. The blend depth is, if it's 0, it'll just start at spine. So anything after spine, that might not be good because it has all his arms and stuff like that too. Yeah, let's just do neck. Theoretically, this should work. Why did he get up? Has something to do. Am I doing wrong here? For body. Doing this wrong? feel like that's right. Um, Changes back to. Where's the. Here, let's get rid of this. Put stuff up here. Hmm. I feel like it's not picking up this slot. For whatever reason. Did I just crash? Second. There we go. All right. I feel like it's still not going to work. I think I'm missing something. Yeah. There's something I'm not doing that I forgot that I need to do. What is it? Let's see here. I've done it in other projects. I can't remember. Hmm. Just 1 second here. Where's here? So, alright, that's what I'm doing. Maybe it's because I'm using... do I need to grab it before it goes into default? Yeah, that's what I'm doing wrong. Let's see here. Let's cache this. I thought you could just have them, both go in there, but maybe not. Default cache. Default. And then also do that here instead of the default slot. So I guess you can't use two slots at once is what I'm guessing is the issue. Even then, that's what's happening here. It's using both, but we'll see. I still have a feeling this is not going to work. Yeah. What is happening? That's literally what I'm doing. This. I'm sure there's something I'm missing. Any suggestions from chat? What am I missing? It's been a minute since I've done this. Is it because I'm like changing from one to another? Like if I made this one neck 2, would that make a difference? I don't think so. You should be able to transition from one. Yeah, it's not anymore. Whatever. Um, Here, 1 second. I don't want to do this, but let's just do. Paragon characters have the correct setup in there, so I'm just going to check out to see what their setup is. I really don't want to add. You know, here. I'm not going to add it to this one. I'm going to add it to a different one. I closed my. Didn't think I closed it. I guess because I just closed the fab menu, it just closed it. Ugh. That's frustrating. Okay. Oh, this is a stylized material. You guys should check them out if you weren't aware of the stylized materials. They have them. Epic. It's an Epic pack. Stylized materials pack. It's free. You should check it out. Um, yeah, it's cool. I'll show you maybe in a second once I figure this out. I'll show you what I've changed it a little bit to make it kind of cool. So Windows, Fab, Library, Paragon. It's just a guy with a sword or something. Wukong, I know he does it. And the project. Um, while this is downloading, I'll show you. Is it this one? Yes, it is. It's a race now. What's going to open first? Hello, everybody. I'm about to log off after I figure this out. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully tomorrow we will figure out how to sit down in the correct direction on the bench. Well, this is gonna be finished before I open this. Okay, maybe not. Like walk around. Have a bad example. not working. Levels. Where's that Dreamscapes? Because I have multiple projects open. I haven't opened this in a while either. Maybe that's why it's taken a while to open this map. I deleted all the temporary. All right. Real quick. Yeah. So like the idea is you walk around and you color the world as you get near things. So yeah, I'm using the stylized material and then having it revert back to the normal color. And then if I can like attack, I can send like a sphere out into the world to color the world too. If I hit a tree, it like kind of splatters. Yeah. Anyways, that's the stylized material thing. So yeah, check out the stylized material pack. You can do some cool stuff with it. All right. So we got Wukong now. Characters, heroes, Wukong, animation blueprint. Hey Sam, how you doing? About to go to sleep here. All right, here. All right, so we got the local pose going to the upper body, going to the cache. And then we have, yeah, they're not using. So I'm not really sure how this is that much different. Oops. Trying to figure out how to get this montage working. Thing is he's not using a default slot anywhere here. They used to. They've changed it. Um, I haven't. The parkour animations. I don't have any tutorials where I use parkour animations. Um, so, one second. Okay, no warp. Always. Anyone know what I'm missing here? Um, do I need to use two separate layer blends? Is that what's going on? Like, and change it based on the bool? That's kind of what they're doing here. It's like if I'm sitting, use one. If not, use the other. That's kind of like where I'm at. Is what I need to do. Um, so hold on, let me see if I can do that. Character-driven variables. They no longer create a reference to the sandbox character in here anymore. They use these. What I just add, I read it, just added this pin. All right, so owner, try to get pawn owner. So I'm just going to cast to, I'm just going to see if this works. Cast to sandbox. Then get sitting. And I'm going to promote this to a variable. So I just did that in the update character variable driven or cvar driven variables. I don't know. All right. So when do I set sitting to be true? Do I do it before I play the montage? I do. Okay. So let's go back in here. And we'll just blend by bool. And I still don't know. I still don't think this is going to work. I think there's something else that's preventing me from doing this. And I just maybe I'm tired or something. I just cannot think of it right now. Not sitting, not Boolean. All right. This is my last attempt for the night. If this doesn't work, I'll just try it again in the morning. Maybe. One second. Am I doing this wrong? Is my branch filter somehow? Oh, that is what's wrong. Oh my god, dude. Ah, my god. So you have to put pelvis in there, and then see, this is what happens when you don't do this stuff in a long time. And then you do neck. And you make neck negative so that it ignores the neck. So I've just wasted your time for about 40 minutes. Sorry about that. That is... Sorry. But we got it working now, and now he can look around when he's sitting. See, oh yeah, we look this way, and we look that way. So now his head's just not looking forward. So you just got to hear my voice for 40 minutes for no, that was that was about all that you I don't know. Hopefully it was entertaining enough to you. But yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what I was thinking here. I might not even need this blend posed by bool anymore now that I have this. So let's try to remove this. And get rid of this. Is it working as much? Is he turning his head? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Why did he just stand up? Is the loop animation finished and didn't loop? But yeah, that's not looping, even though it's set to loop. Um, I'm pretty sure his neck is turning. Just double check. Oh, because I don't have it on default slot anymore. Oh, here we can test it another way. We can put that to 0. See if it's turning. No, see. Yep. Yeah, so he'll just look. It's kind of hard to see this way because it gets all close. But you can see his head turns back when I get to a certain location. Alright, so we don't need this. And inside the event graph, inside here, we don't need this anymore. And then we don't need that pin. And so we don't need this variable. So now we got another problem where even though the animation is set to looping, he's not looping. Loop. So what I will do is I will just on completed um, actually here I will create a notify. Oops. Towards the end here. Loop. Or yeah, loop. I guess that doesn't really matter. All right, so on loop. I think I can just go right back into that. Let's just start sending that, set that back a little bit. Change this to seconds. 25 seconds is at 23 seconds. You know, I can start that at 24. So delay. Just make it a little bit. One, one, and then actually, let's not do that. Let's just do it because we want to check if we're sitting again. And if we still are, then we'll loop. And then I'm going to go to bed after this. Dang it. Why didn't that not work? Oops. finished. Because it's doing both. So I need to bring this back a little bit more. Alright, it should work. Could be that if I'm playing the same montage, it doesn't interrupt itself or something. There we go. Oh, no. See, why is it doing that? Why is it still finishing it? This should interrupt. Oh, should stop all montages. Hmm. See here. I'm not sitting. So if I'm sitting, wait, no. Let's just first off see if this works. Sorry, this thing is 20 seconds long each time. It's kind of frustrating to debug because of the length. If you blue. That is ridiculous. Maybe this 0.3 seconds is too long. I don't know. I'm setting this through at, there's still like 4 more seconds, so I'm not sure why 0.3 would be loop count. Oh, here we go. If I put 0, then it's indefinite. That won't let me do that, of course. So what if I just bring this into the center or something. Then what happens? Like he already stopped the animation. I don't know. That's crazy to me. That's still finishing. How is that notify still playing? Like this is working, but it's still confusing to me. Maybe this is one of those things where it's working, but I'm not sure if it's actually working. Like if I were to package the project, but I'll take it as a win for now. It could be saying like that it's being completed simply because it's being stopped. No, I mean, any of you know what's going on? Like, why is that just something that happens? Like, even like I'm trying to figure out why it's still completing the montage. Is it because I have it set to loop at this point? Like, I'll ask Al. No. Okay. You know, it's not saying finished anymore. I think me clicking looped is what did that. It was forcing it to loop despite being interrupted. Crazy, I just figured that it would interrupt the loop if it was told to just play it again. Okay. So can I turn this back on? Oh yeah, I did do that. All right. So it seems to be working, which means I'm going to go to bed. And by go to bed, I mean I'm going to watch some, what, Industry. I've been watching that show because I want to see Jon Snow come into it, and his character is not there yet. All right. All right. Well, hey, we got made some progress. Not as much as I'd like to. I wish he was sitting on the bench the right way, but I'll do that tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. And if you guys have any questions, ask me tomorrow, and I'll see if I can answer them. Take care, and or maybe Al can answer them. We'll ask Al. All right. So